Juan Del Potro to serve.
Well, this is a part of the concern coming into this particular contest for Juan Del Potro. Spoke to him yesterday. He said his knee was absolutely fine. Let's hope that's true.
15 love. Thirty love. Ah! 30-15. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Del Potro is challenging the call on a left near sideline. The ball's got out. 30-15. Mr. Del Potro has 2 challenges remaining.
Like he just waited for that ball to come to him there.
40-15.
Got a little bit late. Unusual for him not to move his feet.
And I would always favour Djokovic in the long rallies over Del Potro.
Let's for service. Game Del Potro.
Excellent start from the tall Argentinian. Every first serve finding the target. He's been up at around 70% for the tournament.
That's pretty high indeed.
Not going to see that too often today. Are we both men at the net?
I don't think Djokovic had any choice there, because again that ball he saw it sort of bounce lower and he didn't realise it got it to it the last minute and forced himself to have to come in there, but in the end got away with it. Almost like a couple of dead spots on that side of the court there from Djokovic's side.
Struggling a little bit with the sun at the moment. You can see that, just trying to blink it out of his eyes.
Well, no one's seen it for 3 weeks.
But the weather forecast is good for the whole weekend.
Love. Djokovic.
Precision tennis there from the world number 1.
Djokovic leads by 2 games to 1, first set.
Interesting strategy Djokovic used on the serve. He took away from the speed. He went for placement, taking Potro way out of the court and giving his dodgy left knee. I'm sure we're going to see more of that.
I was going to ask you a question, Boris, with Del Potro serving to Djokovic. In the last match, when Thomas Berdych played against Novak Djokovic, he didn't, in 3 sets, serve one serve into his body. Not one. And in your day, I know it wasn't that long ago, but you used the body serve all the time, didn't you?
One of the key positions for a big serve is always to use all angles. And that means forehand side, backhand side, and body. If you want to be called a good server.
Well, presumably Del Potro will do so. I couldn't believe that Berdych didn't, but surely that's a tactic that if he's going to keep holding serve, he's got to vary it, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, very much so. I'm sure Franco Tavin told Del Potro that vary your serve. Use all sides. Try to keep Djokovic, off the feet. Don't give him any rhythm. That's what big servers do. I saw this stat with Berdych and I couldn't believe it. It was a long match. And I don't know what they're talking before match, but certainly not about the serve.
Well, unless he was thinking I might as well just go for an ace on every serve.
He's done very well. He's lost in straight sets.
Love.
Served so well against Ferrer in the quarterfinals, but that's an even greater challenge, but seems up to it early on, and perhaps more importantly, the prognosis on that knee looks good.
Love.
To see Djokovic miss a backhand in an open stance, it's always a bit unusual.
Love. Game Del Potro. Two games all, first set.
Somewhat of a slow start on return for Djokovic, but his former coach, who sadly passed away at the French Open, Jelena Djincic, that was sort of her philosophy for the young Novak back then, was almost like, she said, it was like classical music. You start slowly, Novak, and then you start building up, and no doubt he will start finding a little bit more of a rhythm on those returns.
Love. Love.
No, Djokovic's stats have been so good on his second serve. I think that's an area Obviously, Del Potro's got to try and take charge of the rally off that strike off the second serve.
Traditionally, he's been quite conservative in terms of doing that,
Exactly.
the Argentinian.
(40-15).
Can't allow this man any time on the ball. He is lethal. Somehow Del Potro has to take it away. Easier said than done, though. Confident start by both men.
Djokovic leads by 3-2, first set.
Boris, you feel that for Juan Martin, his first semi-final at Wimbledon, he's obviously won a major before, so obviously the confidence that he comes from that. But is this a bigger occasion here at these championships?
Well, it's certainly a huge occasion for any tennis player, but he's been around the block. He said that he won US Open a few years ago. He was a medal winner against the same man about a year ago at the Olympics. I don't think he's too much in awe of the occasion. I rate him as a very cool and collected a player. He's not overcome by too many emotions. But obviously he's playing a Djokovic that, in my opinion, plays better than a year ago on grass. He's won already 5 matches. His body is slightly worn out. I think that's more something you should worry about than being in the semi-final.
Well, he's always been such a great player. He owns the second longest winning streak as a teenager when he burst onto tour back in 2008. Incredible 23-match run through, ended by Andy Murray at the US Open. Rafa, of course, did one better, but he always seems to do that, the Spaniard, doesn't he?
Djokovic with a head. He's trying to protect his brain cells from too much sunshine. They fry easily when it gets too hot.
Love.
That's when Del Potro is at his best, when he can step into the court and hit his ground strokes flat, coming from the height he's playing at.
All.
Djokovic with the apology at the end of this one. It's going to be fascinating to see how these extended rallies develop and who's the more willing to take the ball on up the line. Djokovic quickly trying to change direction in that one.
(30-15).
Quickest serve of the day from Del Potro, warming up, 130.
Mr. Djokovic is challenging the call on the service line. The ball's good in. Second service. 30 all.
Thought that was going to be the first dent in the court there. Almost let the racket head go at the turf, but held it back.
Seems slightly rattled now.
Djokovic doing what he does so well all year long, getting the ball back into play.
30-14.
And once again wearing down his opponent.
Just don't think the Potro is moving as easily as he's done. Maybe the knee does affect him a bit more than he wants to admit, or his coach.
Deuce.
Novak's girlfriend. 14th break point that Del Potro's faced in these championships. He saved 12 of them.
Advantage Del Potro.
That was a little special.
That's outstanding, isn't it? What a change up there from Djokovic.
Deuce.
That on the outside of the ball, and how far did he get that out wide? And Del Potro covers so much court just to get his racket on that.
And he potentially
Advantage Del Potro.
400 makeable 400 return. Such a fantastic last rally. To the net. That's how it goes sometimes in our sport.
Oh! I didn't see any shot. It looked wide from me.
Lampard just saying that he saw some chalk, but it looked wide from where he was. Still not out of trouble, Del Potro.
Deuce.
No, and I feel like, don't want to say it out loud, but I'm supposed to, right? I feel his legs are not as strong as they were in the last couple of matches. I don't know whether that's playing so many matches. Maybe the injury does play a role now. I don't see him move as agile and as easy as done before.
If that's so, Boris, then he'll have to start going for more winners.
Advantage
As he's
Del
did
Potro.
that point.
That's exactly the answer. He can't afford just to rally with Djokovic back and forth. Got to take more chances.
You've got to be kidding. That is a brutal rally.
Breathtaking in every sense.
Deuce.
That's just unbelievable. That ball really should be thrown out now because that's just had way too much work on it.
Only 4.
Del Potro taking an awful lot of time. This is a key moment of the match.
Advantage Del Potro.
And the reason I say this is because I feel there's a mental battle going on right now. Djokovic wants to make Del Potro run after every point. He doesn't necessarily needs to break now, but he wants to make him run. And Del Potro is feeling the effects already.
No, replay the point. If you win the challenge, replay the points.
Deuce.
Hasn't offered up too many of those in this tournament. That's just his 8th. But when you're fighting as hard to escape from the clutches of Djokovic, you don't want to be serving those on game point.
Advantage Del Potro.
Djokovic giving
Thank you.
early Christmas gifts away here. Just miss on the return.
Close from Novak as he was throughout that game, but ultimately Del Potro hangs on.
3 games all, first set.
There's Franco Davin in the black shirt and the blue cap. Del Potro's longtime coach, Ugo Colombini, of course, who's working with Del Potro and Andy Murray. Marty Orezi, the guy in the white cap as well, his physio. He's been having to work fairly hard over the last few days. Game of 1,000 sprints, as they say, and there was a few in that last game. Struggling to find that shot at the moment.
15 all.
Just extraordinary how much power he gets on that ball.
That surely has to be the biggest forehand of the tournament, hasn't it? Surely.
15-30.
But tell you what though, that's his only way to win. If he starts rallying softly with Djokovic, no chance. If he goes for his shots and goes for broke, that's what he has to do.
102 mile-an-hour forehand.
102.
30 all.
Whoa. Don't see that very often.
Serve and volley at all in his last couple of matches, Novak. Just the 8 times he's attempted it in this tournament. His opponent just once. Not sure we're going to see it against.
In the whole tournament.
Good body serve that we were talking
40,
about.
30.
In the opposite way this time. This was Djokovic body serve. Very effective.
Game Djokovic. Divorce, please.
Intelligent game from the world number 1.
Djokovic leads by 4 games to 3, first set.
Well, the serve obviously proving to be profitable into the body there. Apologies if you lost your picture for a moment there. Hopefully that's not going to happen again, but for both these two, what they will be looking for is the quality of the forehands, and both produce their forehands in a very different way. Look at this, very traditional high sort of take back, very sort of flat open face racket, which enables him to get quite a lot of penetration through the court, not an awful lot of spin ball. Look at this from Novak. Look at that racket face at the back there, how it sort of flips around, and then he has to get it down quickly and through. And you've already seen a couple of times today how when he goes in there with an awful lot of pace, he is able to extract either a shorter ball or even potentially the error.
Well, that's Del Potro at its finest, when he's able to hit through the ball and follow it up with his great wingspan. Man is after what, 6'6", 6'7", and that's when he's at his best. On the other hand, Djokovic uses a lot of wrist on his forehand, a lot of topspin that gives him the extra angle. We saw some of the cross-court forehands he hit already. It's because of that wrist motion he's able to produce on the ball.
Well, it's pretty busy already, isn't it? I think it's only going to get an awful lot busier as the day goes on.
And they will not be able to leave for a drink, otherwise their places will be taken and not given back for the rest of the day.
It's going to be a hot one on the hill.
But if you don't have a ticket and you love tennis, they have a big screen on there.
Perfect.
Perfect place to be if you love tennis, you love Wimbledon. Djokovic serve with new balls. Everything would be a bit faster now.
Love 15.
Even a lot of those
15 all.
big serves from Del Potro, you feel that Djokovic is so close to getting those back into play. The amount we've seen where he's just clipped the top of the net, and that's where he's got frustrated. He's almost making those back into play.
Let's for service. T15.
Was a little awkward in the end, but terrific movement.
I thought the approach shot for me was a bit risky here. He had to get a lot of court movement to get in there and get that one in the air. He came from a long way back, but the lunge volley, just special.
If he's getting a chance, he's definitely trying to work Del Potro out in that backhand corner, isn't he? Short sort of angle.
Oh, that's a bad error.
40-30.
But a good Del Potro serve onto the bar at Djokovic. We talked about it. Still a little bit of tension in the Djokovic game, I feel.
Game Del Potro. Four games all, first set.
Perfectly poised at this stage of the opening set in the first semi-final of today. For the neutrals, this is everything we wanted.
Love. Let's for service. Love.
Nice mix-up on the second
40
serve.
love.
Hitting it wide and keeping Del Potro honest.
(40-15).
We've seen more backhand and for Steros at Djokovic in the first set, and we've seen all tournament long. This goes to show even the world number one has some nerves.
(40-30).
No such problem for Del Potro here. Landed that punch perfectly.
Game Djokovic.
Just 90 miles an hour, but reared off the surface.
Djokovic leads by 5-4, first set.
And a little relief on his girlfriend's face, Jelena Ristic. And that serve actually didn't get the return, but we've seen this a couple of times from Novak today, John. That sort of 1-2 punch, looking for that sort of three-quarter serve out wide.
It's a good serve of his, isn't he? He uses it quite a lot. It gets his opponent out so wide after that, and then of course he's got the opening where he thumps the backhand down the line. Although his backhand down the line today hasn't been as good as normal, but that's one of his favourite areas that he's so successful on. It's a good serve, good variety.
And he used it very successfully his first set. This is what coaches do before matches.
Here's a man you know pretty well, Boris.
I used to love to hate him.
Stefan Edberg in the middle of your picture there. Of course, another great Wimbledon champion just behind him, Mark Woodford, but Edberg twice a champion here.
Don't mention against who you want those finals.
Not at all.
So far, I liked you. It was a good commentary there. Let's keep it easy.
Time.
No, one of the finest players of his generation.
They'd love to make his move here, Novak. But he's thwarted there.
Love.
Maybe to remind everybody that not only Djokovic didn't drop a set yet, but Del Potro as well. So he's feeling in fine form.
Love.
Another of those backhand errors you don't expect Djokovic usually to miss.
(30-15).
Expecting the grass.
Makes this set almost even more important for Del Potro to win, because if Djokovic does just snatch it, then he relaxes a little bit and finds that double-hander to get even tougher for the Argentinian.
Well, Djokovic is certainly not playing his best yet, that's for sure.
He's hit that shot well.
30-all.
Well, he's made 11 unforced errors so far, Djokovic, but he's still up 5-4, 30-all.
Just imagine when he starts playing well.
Again, a long, hard look up to his box.
40-30.
Searching for answers from them, perhaps. Hasn't got them on the court at the moment.
Well, he did the hard work there, getting that serve back into play. That was the most difficult shot there, and then he has the opening and then missed one of his favourite shots there down the line. That was a huge point as well, obviously.
Game.
Found the back edge.
Five games all, first sets.
Well, after 45 minutes of play, it's all tied.
Love 15.
Unbelievable. Well, Djokovic, I think, has gone for the challenge, hasn't he?
I think he is.
15-all.
Oh, it was called out.
Oh, it was called out.
What a forehand.
Well, originally when I looked at the line post, I thought he'd had his palms down as though it was in.
That's why we have Hawkeye, just to make sure.
That could have been the moment, couldn't it? Send him on his way to potentially breaking Novak for the first time.
Slightly overhit.
40-15.
Totally understand where he's coming from. He wants to shorten those rallies. He wants to take chances and use his power.
Entertaining point in a very serious situation.
Djokovic leads by 6-5. First set.
As we continue to move towards the climax of this opening set. And this is that forehand. It is incredible, John, isn't it, how he generates that power.
Absolutely amazing. Djokovic took a quick look there and then realised it was out. Del Potro was thinking he was love 30 then when he thumped that ball. He read the ball, read the forehand where it was going, and that was would have been obviously huge to go love 30. But you just feel that Djokovic is so close to breaking serve. He gets to these sort of 30-all points. He gets his racket on the ball, and he's to me, he's just slightly got the balance wrong with how much he's attacking. He's made 12 unforced errors now, 13 winners. Balance, to me, I think he's forcing the issue perhaps just a little bit too soon sometimes in these rallies.
Time.
On the other hand, you don't want to give all the initiative to the Potro.
No, that's true.
If he's the man in control, if he's the man making the run, then he's usually the winner.
Yeah.
But there's a fine line of risking too much and just enough. He hasn't found the balance yet. That's right. It's also easy from the commentary.
No, it's very easy.
I'd rather talk about the ifs and the buts for hours than go back on that court and play.
Love. What? 30 love.
See the reaction of Del Potro there. Thought this was a winner, and then it comes back against him as a winner. He just couldn't believe it. Thinks he's up 40 love. It's 30-15, and he's still in a battle in this game. Defensive ability there. Again, he was out of that rally. He was out of that rally twice. Again, he should be, by all rights, this game should be over to Del Potro, and it's 30-all.
This point might have lingering effects on Del Potro psyche.
might not have found his best tennis in this opening hour of this semi-final. But he's found some good enough tennis in this game to create a set point. He saved the best to last.
Potro challenging the call right near sideline.
And Djokovic, it would seem, has taken this opening set. There is a challenge, a desperate challenge from Del Potro. But that is the first set that Del Potro has lost in these championships, and it's a crucial one.
By 7 games to 5.
Well, as you said, Boris, there, after those 2 points, that affected him, and you'd almost couldn't be human if it didn't affect you, because those 2 points were ridiculous. In fact, those 3 points to go from 30 love to 30-40 were probably the 3 best points. That passage that we've seen in the championship so far, points that he was out of, certainly the first 2, but that's what he does. He's made of rubber, this man. He just gets the ball back somehow and then puts you back on the defensive, and Del Potro really should have won that game. He knows that, and now he's down a set and he did nothing wrong.
The question is now, how can he mentally recover? He's obviously physically not 100%, but now he was full of confidence and he was holding his serve easily. He lost the first set against a player that hasn't really been match tested in championships so far. Where does Del Potro find the inner strength and the willpower to overcome now?
The only thing I would say, which, well, it's a different match, but we'll talk about it in a second, but first service points won there, 90% from Djokovic, 50%. That's way below his average, actually, the second service points, which means that Del Potro's been returning very well, but the same things happen in reverse there. It's just more unforced errors than you would think from Djokovic. But look at the winners count there. 3 times, over 3 times more than Del Potro, which is the area where you thought that would have to be reversed if Del Potro was going to win this match. He hasn't done it, but in the previous round where Djokovic beat Berdych, the first set was unbelievable, which he won 7-5, and then you would have thought Djokovic psychologically would be ahead, and then he played the worst 3 games I think I've ever seen him play, went down double break before he got back. I don't think that's going to happen today, but in the last round he lost his concentration after a great first set. I'm sure Del Potro will be hoping he'll do the same thing again.
Second set, Djokovic to serve. Love.
Maybe Djokovic remembers himself how poorly he started at second set against Berdych. Doesn't want to do it again.
They've met 11 times previously.
15 all.
So there's no surprises, and watch Del Potro here. He was on his way before Novak even went to the drop shot.
Definitely one of Djokovic's best shots, that backhand down the line. Hasn't been so good in the first set, but that was hit very well, very confident on that shot there.
(40-15). Game Djokovic.
Strong start to the second set, and he is such a great front runner.
First game, second set.
Djokovic since 2010 has won 206 matches. When he's won the opening set, lost just 6. Although the good news for Del Potro, that was recently in Indian Wells, where the Argentinian came back from losing the first set 6-4 to win 6-4, 6-4. But in Grand Slam play, Novak's only ever lost 4 times when he's won the opening set. 3 of those he's retired in. The only full match that he lost was against Meltzer at the French Open. So out in front and looking good.
Very important and crucial stage for the Potro. He doesn't want to let Djokovic run away now.
Love.
Just making 50% of his first serves at the moment, and you compare that to 70% virtually coming into this particular match. How much of that is due to the guy that he's playing out there today?
Very much so. I mean, that's an important statistic because you can reflect on some of the other opponents you play, and obviously Djokovic is a different beast.
Love.
But again, taking a bit too much risk on the back and return.
(30-15). Faults.
Having a bit of a row out there.
What was going on there?
The umpire wins the day. He's knocked him down, but I don't think it was one of those slides that we've seen all championship. He just caressed that up the line at 99 miles an hour.
99.
40-15.
The other one was 102, so he really didn't go for that one, obviously.
And Del Potro waited a long time to make sure Djokovic gets up on his feet, and it's good to see, having been injured himself.
Well, he did as you asked, Boris, and stay in contention in this second set.
One game more, second set.
You know, there are always key moments in any match, but certainly after you just lost your first set, you're emotionally down. You don't want to give it away right away with a service loss. So once he's settled in, 1-all, 2-all, I think we see a different Del Potro.
15 love.
It's only his 6th Wimbledon appearance. Del Potro's still relatively young on the circuit.
Well, there might have been one more had it not been for that serious wrist injury that he picked up in 2010. Didn't play a Grand Slam from the Australian 2010 till Australia 2011. He has been beset by injuries over the years and obviously carrying one right now.
Keeping the rally short.
30-15.
Perfect the return, but quite amazing he's still around. I mean, he's fallen in the first week, and then again, yes, 2 days ago, David Ferrer. I'm surprised he's moving as well. Must have been taking some of those magic pills again.
40-15. $40-30.
I just feel as though that knee injury has forced Del Potro not to be quite so conservative with that double-hander, and we've seen him, particularly against Ferreira and at times today when he's been given the opportunity, just unleash off his two hands as well.
Game, Djokovic.
A little fortunate. And sometimes you do need a bit of good luck to win the
Djokovic
game's
leads
biggest
by 2 games
prizes.
to 1, second sets, and by 1 set to love.
There's a man, as we said, who knows about winning this title. He's also a man that knows about changing a stroke that became one of his trademark plays, didn't it? The single-handed backhand, that gorgeous backhand that he had. But of course started life as a two-hander before he went to the single-hander, a bit like Pete Sampras. Of course, Novak himself, who idolized Pete Sampras when he was growing up, learning his tennis in Serbia, started life with a single-hander before coming out onto tour with this devastating two-hander. So often people feel as though shots can't change, but there's 3 names right there.
Good decision that he made on that one, Djokovic, I would say.
What about your backhand, John? You had it two-handed at first and then single-handed?
No,
did you change around this?
I was really strong, so I didn't need 2 hands.
Good.
And why would I do that?
But it's interesting how we talked about junior tennis and who's coming up, who's the next hot teenagers playing-wise, and you do a change over the years. Depending on the coaching you have on your side and some of the experience you own make, you realize that maybe the ball toss is wrong. I remember young Rafael Nadal having a terrible first serve. Now it's one of his weapons, so you can change and you must adapt to the game because everybody else is watching you, is trying to find your weakness. So it's always important to improve if you want to stay up on top.
Well, remember Novak Djokovic, only 2010, where he had that hitch in his serve that he had to get rid of. For a few tournaments, he was serving 15, 20 double faults in the match. Look at now how good his serve is.
$15 love. 30 love.
Error there.
40 love.
He pulled off that shot. Balance all over the place.
Game Del Potro. New balls, please.
Well, we expected it to be tight between these two men. Of course, they are the only two players that have ever managed to beat Nadal and Federer in successive matches at a Grand Slam. That's some considerable achievement. This man in New York in 2009, and of course, Novak also in New York managing to do it in 2011.
2 games or second sets.
Certainly not going to start riding Del Potro off as well, because that match against Federer down 2-1, we kept thinking as though it was Federer's title all the way. 4-set breaker that Del Potro won before closing it out 6-2 in the
15
fifth.
love.
He's got depth of reserves, as has this man.
$30 love. $40 love.
Just showing that incredible retrieving ability again in that rally. There was 3 huge ground strokes there from Del Potro, and they just keep coming back.
$40-15.
I like to change the strategy, Djokovic, altogether. You know, he's sneaking into the net. He's keeping Del Potro honest. He doesn't give him the same look. I think they did a lot of homework and they're preparing for this match. Djokovic's coaching staff.
Djokovic.
Great width to the world #1's attack. And a smile on his coach's face, Marian Vida, happy to see that
Djokovic
double-hander
leads by 3-2.
finding the target.
And by 1-0.
Djokovic won 3 titles this year so far. Obviously the first Grand Slam of the year in Melbourne. Monte Carlo Open.
Novak's dad, Serjan, his mum, Diana, up there at the back. His father in those sunglasses. Just a fate, really, up in that ski village where they had their pizzeria and managed to have a hotel built there, which happened to have a sports facility built onto it that Novak could actually go and practice, as we see the doctor coming out here for a few more of those magic pills that work wonders against Ferrer. But Novak perhaps wouldn't be where he is today without that facility having been built, and a twist of fate that allowed him to play year-round.
Didn't they? It was a pizza and a pancake restaurant, wasn't it?
They had the restaurant, and obviously there was the Grand Hotel was built there.
Oh, perfect food combination there.
Kapawanik, and yeah, they managed to have that indoor facility. His former coach, I say, who passed away sadly at the French Open, coached him there. She also tutored Seles and Ivanisevic. Glad to see him back as well, because he wasn't particularly well in 2012, back end of 2012.
But not only they have a pizzeria and maybe a pancake, they pretty much rule Serbian tennis. They run the tournament in Belgrade.
Just tennis? I thought the country.
Let's keep it with the tennis for the moment. They own a company called Family Sports, and
Love 15. All.
Franco Tavin, the player I played myself, unfortunately with mixed results, especially on the clay. Get the great lefty from Argentina.
Oh, that ball checked.
15-30.
Clipped the line, I imagine.
That's why I checked.
Yep.
Go!
Well, that wasn't an official Hawkeye challenge. The last one was the BBC Hawkeye, but this is most definitely a challenge to Del Potro's serve. Two break points.
Djokovic lined up the pass. I thought this was all over. This
30-40.
knifed that backhand volley, but Djokovic onto it and let it look like it was all over. Fabulous volley. Just carved that volley around the outside of the ball.
One more break point though.
Deuce.
Just his second ace.
But he couldn't have come at a better point.
Advantage Del Potro.
Superb play. Wonderful variation in that rally.
Deuce.
Djokovic makes you play one more point every time.
Advantage, Djokovic.
He is relentless.
He needs that one now.
Juice.
He sensed the moment to make his move, and can he pounce?
Advantage, Djokovic.
Not an easy shot this. You had to put the brakes on. There's no pace to really work with to hit that drop volley. Did very well indeed.
His fourth break point. Del Potro serve now. Not having it yet.
Juice.
The tower from Argentina is wobbling, but he's not falling yet.
Advantage, Del Potro. Game, Del Potro.
No way through yet for the world number one in this second set.
3 games all, second set.
Del Potro serve under siege, but he didn't crack this time. It's amazing. Well, Djokovic just looked bewildered that somehow had found the line.
Love 15.
Well, he had no choice to go for it from that position because he was gone. He was so far off the court. But I cannot believe he made that shot.
Potro showing a bit of magic right now.
Led for service.
Inspired play from Del Potro.
Love 30.
And he goes, vamos, vamos.
What a swing in momentum this would be. Djokovic in the last game on the cusp of going up a set and a break. Del Potro now with 3 break points.
Trying to serve volley here.
His first break of the world #1 serve today. That was truly magnificent.
Well, you have to admire him really after that first set.
Potro leads by 4 games to 3. Second set.
He played so well in that
Djokovic.
first set, and then came up against just an inspired Djokovic who broke him when he did nothing wrong from 30 love. You thought that perhaps he might get a bit down at the beginning of that second set and perhaps even go down a break. Djokovic had a couple of chances, but talk about playing well under pressure, and Del Potro just, his game just rose there, and just some brilliant shots and movement. Quite remarkable for him now to be up a break in the second set now, and the crowd they're really embracing him now. They want to see this match go all the way. It's fantastic points we're having.
And it just goes to show the spirit and the inner beliefs of this man. I mean, he's been weathered, he's stumbled, he had to train on court, he had the magic pills. And what does he do? He breaks the Djokovic's serve.
Time.
There's one of the finest actors in the world, Mr. Jude Law.
And enjoying the performance, I'm sure, of these two entertainers out here. Look at this reaction. At times he can look a little lethargic, Del Potro, and lumbering, but boy, can he light it up when he gets going.
Now does Djokovic recover? Can he switch the momentum again?
Love.
Clearly an important set for Del Potro to win. Particularly given the fact that he's never come from 2 sets of love down before.
There's always the first time.
Clever little shot there. Not going for the outright winner, just making life as awkward as possible for the incoming world #1.
Love. 40-15.
It was close there. I thought that ball was out.
But Djokovic again and again. It's one more ball back.
10 points in a row for Del Potro before he lost that last one.
Someone is tweeting. The game reminds me a bit of the service game that Potro lost in the first set. He was up 30-love then. Now he's up 40-love and back to deuce.
Time.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Djokovic now on a run of his own. 4 straight points, and it opens up a breakpoint chance. Big points so well.
Deuce.
Just doesn't seem to miss a first serve on break point. Finding the corners.
And a nice finish there at the net. He needs to hold.
Advantage, Del Potro.
Well, we know a lot about his tennis abilities in terms of his forehand, serve and everything else, Del Potro, but
Del Potro leads by 5 games to 3, second sets.
once again, what shines through is his character.
Love.
And Djokovic's goal must be to have a pretty easy service game and ask the question again.
Love. Love. Game Djokovic.
Impressive hold. Keeps his slender hopes alive.
Del Potro leads by 5 games to 4. Second set. First set, Djokovic.
Perfect day for everybody right now as well. Competitive first semi-final of the day, and an enjoyable start for the many fans that have made their way to Wimbledon. Ground pass almost as good as a court ticket with that atmosphere out there. Some things in life are entirely predictable. This, however, is proving to be somewhat unpredictable.
Del Potro is giving everything he has. He's, in my opinion, his fuel tank is on reserve. He's just putting it all out there. And that's when he's most dangerous, when his back is leaned to the wall. He has to just go for his shots and hope for winners. See Djokovic stretching his legs. He's done a few miles already today. And the crowd is loving it.
Well, it was the first semi-final that's seen 2 male players yet to drop a set in the Open era. Is Novak about to drop his first? Del Potro serving for the second.
Love. Mr. Djokovic is challenging a call on a right near sideline. The ball's got out. Love. Mr. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
In this second set.
Love.
Delicate touch from the tall Argentinian. 3 set points. And there it is, a set apiece.
By 6 games to 4. 1 set all.
Hugely impressive from Juan Martín Del Potro.
Well, it's a very interesting set there. It was, both sets really have been so evenly balanced and have been won by one of the other players just suddenly just going into this gear that the other player just couldn't compete with. We had that with Djokovic in the first set towards the end, and then Del Potro in that set where he just suddenly went on a run of 10 straight points and just elevated his game where Djokovic couldn't stay with him. And so it's a fascinating contest because you feel that Djokovic is going to break, but Del Potro is serving so well and backing it up so well. So, I mean, it could go either way. As Boris said, you keep feeling that Del Potro's got to be running on a little bit of empty with his
just because of his knee,
level,
because clearly his route through to the semis has been easy.
But he hasn't played that much tennis before that, really, has he? He had Queens, he did okay, but before that was not much going on. But you get that feeling, yet at the moment he just seems to be backing up his serve so well, and I mean, he just looks to be inspired out here, as he should be. You can see his reaction there. It's a great match where it's developing into.
Yeah, develops into a real contest. I love boxing, and I want to compare sometimes the tennis with the boxing and two individual sports, and it's a classical head-to-head for me, in one heavyweight punching the other one. And I've mentioned earlier that the Tao of Argentina is wobbling, but certainly he recovered well. So the last round is for Del Potro.
Just in that stats there, Djokovic only winning now 33% on his second serves. In the tournament, he's been averaging 65%. So Del Potro getting on the Djokovic second serve in that set, which is no one else has done it during this tournament.
Well, I guess we could go back to that second set and just bookmark that forehand volley that he made on the break point down to say, well, that was the most significant point of the entire set. Salvaged that game, and then he ran away with it.
Love.
Desperate attempt. Saved the situation there for Novak. And look how far he is behind the baseline. Still able to generate enough pace.
.30-15.
Trying to control his own destiny there.
40-15. Game Djokovic.
That just gives him a little bit of a platform early on here in the third set to try and build on.
First game, third set.
Novak, who travels with his two trainers, Milan and Gibbard, in the front row there. Thanks to Marian Var. He won't be concerned about this going the distance. He's played the longest Grand Slam final in history. Just an hour 45. He's barely warming up.
Let's for service. Love.
Del Potro's checking again on Djokovic whether he's fine. Yes, he is. Whenever Del Potro has to run on the forehand side out wide, I feel like his knee is blocking him to really go push it.
Incredible to think of a 124-mile-an-hour serve. He looks as though he had a bit of time on that one, Novak. And he's getting his teeth into this game.
Boy, really in that rally, Djokovic, such a surprising error.
30-all.
He made two similar forehands in the first set. Del Potro's first serve percentage is improving. It's up to 64 now. He was in the 50s early on.
One game more, third set.
The point that he missed at 15:30, almost indicative of the situation he finds himself in, almost overcomplicating. He did a beautiful slice up the line, then could have taken his forehand up the line, but almost second-guessing himself. Perhaps Del Potro moving a little better than he expected out here. Just telling himself there, Del Potro, he should have hoisted the ball up in the air. If there is a weakness in Novak's game, his overhead is probably the one shot that he doesn't ever look quite as comfortable on as everything else.
Djokovic keeps his service routine here. Hitting it out wide, opening the court. Finish with a beautiful backhand winner.
40-love.
He seems to be winning his service games easier than his opposition.
2-1 in terms of winners. Impressive. Tennis is more about finding solutions than anything else.
Came out of that backhand, lifted up early.
Djokovic. New balls, please.
Might have cut that a little finer than he expected to, the forehand.
Djokovic leads by 2-1. Third set, 1 set all.
Always a lot of rhythms in tennis matches and changes and everything else. But as we see, well, there you go. You're a big lover of boxer, Boris.
I believe they just married recently.
Amir Khan, who undoubtedly will be staying till the end of the day. He was in New York to watch Andy Murray over there.
Like his pinkish shirt.
You like that?
Actually sued. It's a white shirt. But a boxer can get away with that. I wouldn't challenge him.
So David Frost also here. Jill Brooke at the left of your picture there, wife of the chairman of the All England Club. And this is unscripted drama out here.
Time.
Who is going to be the leading star at the end of this one? It's going to be fascinating.
This match is really up for grabs at the moment. I find this third set, key, especially for Del Potro.
How easy is it for Novak to play with the pressure on him? Everybody here today coming in has said that he's going to win this match.
Well, it does affect him so far. I find him a bit tighter and more prone to unforced errors than I've seen him throughout the tournament. Yeah, competition gets tougher, but I've seen Novak play better a couple of days ago.
Love.
Defensive play there from Del Potro. Had to dig a couple of huge ground strokes
30 love
from Djokovic, and then he has that ability then just to accelerate, and all of a sudden he's the one that's in command of the point.
Love.
His attack has been a little narrower than he would have liked today, Djokovic, because he's been found wanting with that double-hander up the line.
Game Del Potro.
Unlike his opponent there.
2 games or third set.
I've seen Federer had an awful lot of success against Del Potro in the past by using the short slice to bring Del Potro in off the baseline. Do you feel as though there's a need for Novak to change tactics at all at the moment?
Well, he is actually finding it hard to get through the defences of Del Potro. Del Potro sort of narrowed the court with that. He's such a tall man, but his movement has been, I think, the best I think I've ever seen him on this surface. Incredible.
Let's
that
second service.
That angle shot that you're talking about. I mean, not really Novak's. I mean, he can hit that ball, but also there's so much pace coming at him. It's tough to time that shot at the moment. There's an example, where Djokovic again, looked like he was going to put his man away there,
15.
but Del Potro defending so well, and then here, that was a really smart shot. They didn't go for a winner, dipped it down low, made Djokovic play a very awkward volley, and got the error out of it. Playing so well at the moment. Forced into going for too much.
Love 13.
I think it would be the opposite way. That's how he's changed this around. Big second serve. That was 112.
15-30.
Love 30 down. Well, he's so confident on his second serve. He's averaged 1 double fault per match so far since the tournament. So he's not too worried in that category.
Let's for service. All. (40-30).
And Djokovic responds like a champ.
Juice.
I think that's the first one he's had, isn't it, that he's hit a winner off? Fortunately, it's not how many let calls you have, it's how big the point is when they come, and that was a big point to get that one.
Del Potro. Deuce.
It's got the same sense, this game, as the one that Del Potro played in the second set when he managed to escape saving break points. Inspired him to a run of 10 straight points.
Advantage, Djokovic.
You need to adapt during the course of a match when they're as tired as this, and Djokovic doing a good job of that in this game.
Game, Djokovic.
His reaction tells the story. He knows how big a game that was.
Yeah, I call that the first moment of crisis.
Djokovic leads by 3 games to 2. Third set, 1 set all.
In the Djokovic campaign at this year's Wimbledon. He never dropped a set before today. He obviously dropped the second set. And the first time at last 30 seconds serve, I thought, this could be something dangerous for him. But obviously responded like we expect him to. Played the best when it matters most. And his girlfriend agrees with me.
He turned that around, didn't he, with 3 amazing serves. The 1-12 serve out wide, and then 2 big first serves. And that's been a feature from both players when they've been in trouble. They've made the first serves on big points, or in that case it was actually a second serve for Djokovic at love 30. It's been a fascinating contest, and really it's so well balanced right now. I mean, the striking capability of both players, particularly from Del Potro, when it's just staggering, and it almost becomes where when they make a mistake, you're just not expecting it, because they're hitting the ball so cleanly and so hard and so often, and they just keep coming back. It's absolutely amazing how fast they're hitting the ball. I don't think we're going to be needing that today.
Or for the next couple of days, to be honest.
It's a nice sight when it closes, but no thank you. It's an outdoor tournament.
Here goes your theory, John. That's the average ground stroke speed.
It's unbelievable.
It's no longer the days of the wooden tennis racket. Didn't we just talk about it?
It's just sensational.
15 love.
Amazing quality of ground strokes by both players. Not giving in, not leaving the baseline. Great moment in the match now.
Love.
It's 111, that second serve down the middle. Coming at that height. Del Potro, it jumps up at Djokovic.
(30-15). 30 all.
You don't want to be going for sort of winners from that deep, but we've seen Del Potro make them from that position, so that was a surprising error. Another big point right here.
Mr. Del Potro is challenging the call on the right far sideline. The ball's got out.
Oh, I'd love this. We haven't seen too many of these today.
Second service.
Please, exquisite.
How did he create that angle?
40-30.
Djokovic, after this
Mr.
shot,
Del
just
Potro
looked
has
at his
two
cam.
challenges
I
remaining.
mean, what do you do against that?
It just comes up with the goods when you don't expect him to. I mean, that is a very difficult shot, let alone a break point. Not for him.
Deuce.
That return not giving Del Potro any time to react there, just right at his feet.
Advantage Del Potro.
Djokovic forces Del Potro to labour in, but it's another game that doesn't produce the desired result for the world number one.
3-all, third sets.
He's just not used to people staying with him in these sort of length rallies and just coming back with this sort of power at him. Djokovic is forcing Djokovic to go for too much.
He doesn't mind going long distance, does he? At the start of the match, everybody feeling as though that was Novak's territory to own, but he's actually won more points when they've gone 9 shots plus in this match, 17-16.
You would not have thought that before the match started. Out of that one, didn't he? Lifted up.
Love 15.
And Djokovic again with a backhand unforced error. Way too many for his standard. Just feel like he still plays like in chains, like he's not free yet. He doesn't have, it's not in his rhythm. And
What a second serve that was.
15-all.
Still, Del Potro dealt with it so well. Look at the height this one comes up at him. Did well to get that back deep, and then that shot that's been causing Djokovic a few problems today, the backhand down the line, but that one, no problems.
(15-13).
Don't think it's the court.
Well, getting out of your own way is an art form all of its own, isn't it? And he's struggling to do that at the moment, particularly with that shot.
Was a strange shot for him to go for from that position on the court. 15-30, deep, powerful, pushed out wide, and then goes for a clean winner down the line. Desperation shot, didn't work.
Let's for service.
Tantalizingly close.
Certainly making a lot of friends out here with this display. The way he's enjoyed this match as well.
Well, maybe not this point.
Yeah,
but his overall performance is great, yeah.
Djokovic again looked up at his camp there. I think he thought this was going in when he lined up to hit it. Backhand down the line. So close to a break.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Very similar to his last service game. Serves his best when he needs it most.
It's close, but
Mr. Djokovic is challenging the call on the left far sideline.
I love the conversations the player has with the umpire. You really think so? It's close? What is he going to say? No, your serve is terrible. You missed it by 2 feet. Thank God for Holguy.
Produce some gems out here, and that's another one that sparkles in the sun.
Juice. Mr. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
It's a stunning shot here, and Djokovic here thinks he's hit a pretty good shot, and he's going to at least be in the rally. And a winner comes at him.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Even in that department, on return serves, awfully close right now.
Let's for service.
That one again, he's off balance when he goes for it. Doesn't preparing right on it a number of times. Looks like he's not getting his body in the right position to hit that shot.
And that's the wrong time to do it. You can't afford any easy mistakes now. It's too close of a match.
Just a fabulous exchange. He's not known as the comedian of the tour, but he's certainly earning that tag right now.
There's no business like show business, isn't it?
That's just stunning tennis.
He earns the reprieve through some quality tennis, Djokovic.
Djokovic leads by 4-3. Third set, 1 settle.
2 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, it feels like 4 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, it's just brutal, amazing tennis that we're seeing here. The shot-making ability of both players, it's just staggering.
And quite often your semi-finals were on paper, you think Djokovic top-seeded, it's a bit one-sided, even though the Potro pretty good on grass, and yet you don't see a great semi-final. Not today. I think both players trying to play their very best. Couldn't be any closer, certainly in the third set. Yeah. And you see the emotions flying high. Djokovic is kind of, I've never seen her, stand up that often.
And don't you think, Boris, that, we talked about Djokovic missing his backhands down the line, but don't you think a lot of it is just down to that he's coming up against someone that he's not putting the ball away against, and it's forcing him to sort of go for too much?
Yes and no. On the other hand, Djokovic's backhand, his best shot.
It's true.
He hits it in his sleep. He can wake up in 4 in the morning and he hits it. He had over 15, 16 unforced errors, meaning they're not challenged by Del Potro. Yes, the match is in the third set. It's because Del Potro is playing a hell of a game, but not because he's challenging Djokovic's backhand that much.
Part of it surely though as well, he has to be a little nervous that he doesn't hit that backhand down the line perfectly. Del Potro, one of the few players is going to hurt him big time cross court.
That's what he does, exactly. If he doesn't hit it close to the line, that forehand hook from Del Potro at about 102 miles an hour goes back cross court against him. This is just so much fun. I have no idea where this match is going. It's great.
Absolutely. It's fun to watch and fun for millions of people back home as well.
Seeing the full array of shots from both men out here.
15-love.
Expect the unexpected.
Love. Let's first service. (30-15).
It's everything you hope it's going to be before it starts, and credit to both men. They have put on a show.
40-15.
Talk about chasing down lost causes twice.
Game Del Potro.
He would have been feeling fairly buoyant after that hold of serve in the previous game, Djokovic, but Del Potro doing a very nice job of deflating that optimism in that game.
Yeah, and Del Potro very much man on the pedal. He seems to be controlling the baseline rallies. He seems to be having chances on his opponent's serve. But it's still 4.
Love. Let's second service. (15-all).
First double.
He's average 1 a match, so that's the end of that for the rest of this match. Del Potro, don't expect any more, Juan, because you're not going to get any more.
Although he might just be feeling the need to inject a little more pace on that second serve, because
15-30.
Here we are in the third set, and he's winning just 3 of 12 right now. When you consider that he was winning virtually 70% of his second serve points coming into this semi-final, he's down at a mere 25 in this set alone.
Try and compile the top
30-all.
10 points that we've seen in this match. You wouldn't be able to. There's just way more of them. They're just coming at us all the time. It's just amazing.
It's just a highlight reel.
Just another average point.
That had to be perfect. Del Potro
40-30.
was bearing down on it.
Yeah, Djokovic was caught a bit too far behind the net, and he had to come up with a little bit of magic. Half volley drop shot. I haven't seen that in a while. Last one I played was Roger Federer, to my recollection.
Game Djokovic. Djokovic leads by 5 games to 4. Third set, 1 settle.
And again, Del Potro with the chance. He asked the right questions, but Djokovic finds a way over and over again to win the points.
Now, obviously, at this stage of the match, anybody has a slight dip and the set's over. The pressure on both of them to keep this level up. And they are seeing a great match there on the hill. I'm sure they're expecting a great second one, but if this was a bonus, it's a huge bonus because this is spectacular.
Well, the longer this goes on in the afternoon, the more lively they're going to become before Andy even gets underway. So. There's going to be the majority of British fans this afternoon, but Serbian fans within centre court today to see their idol. And once again, he's showing that he's a man of substance out here. He's made of stern stuff. 6 Grand Slam titles to his name, and he's earned them the hard way.
You see Djokovic on the sideline just trying to loosen up his leg a little bit. He's been running an awful lot in the third set. And Del Potro now. We're trying to even out that third set.
Love 15.
And the problem with having so many chances against the world number 1, you're not going to get many more.
Two of probably the worst points he's played in the whole set, and they've come back to back.
30.
And instead of just a lapse of concentration, it's just a blink of an eye where you're not 100% focused.
Or perhaps a little too focused on the scoreboard.
It's an unusual forehand return by Djokovic, just trying to bunt the ball back.
The most unorthodox forehand you'll see today.
Seriously, from that, Djokovic just cannot believe it. From that position on the court, that is remarkable.
didn't even follow through. He just hit it as early as he could.
As he came to the back here of the court, he just smiled, Del Potro.
He's putting it all out there now.
Have you seen anything like it? I mean, it would be impressive if it was in the opening game of the match, let alone the situation we find ourselves in.
Both players get a standing ovation from me in terms of effort. Just commitment.
They don't give you these major titles, you earn them.
Five games all, third sets.
That was just brilliant.
This is just a staggering set.
Look at the passion on his face.
Djokovic must get slightly worried. He's, what can he do? He had him on the brink again, and his opposition comes up with the goods. And his partner's praying.
All.
Well, even when he lands that double-hander up the line, he's not getting any reward right now.
This is a live highlight show. Can't believe the quality these two players have today.
30-15.
Just to show that there are other shots in the arsenal, it's an ace. That's the easiest thing to do.
Little slip.
No, it's okay, I think.
It was actually his back leg that went away. Thankfully he's okay.
Game Djokovic.
If you can call anything in this match routine, that was a routine hold.
Djokovic leads by 6-5. Third set, 1 set all.
Deserves a tiebreaker, this set, doesn't it? I hope it goes to a tiebreaker because, well, it could be just amazing. Who knows? Crowd is just there's just a buzz about it where they're going. We've still got probably another 5 hours of this to go. We've got to include another 2 hours of this match, and then you've got Murray to come. They've barely started the day, and they've seen tennis here that is just, wow, it's mind-boggling.
He got a taste of it at the Olympics when Del Potro beat him on court number 1, what he's capable of doing, so he would have certainly come out here and not been complacent. And he's produced once again. And I guess, Boris, outside of the big four, he probably, when you see him play like this, feel as though he's got the best chance of adding to that collection of Grand Slam titles.
Very much so. Obviously, we expected him to be in that position already a few years ago, but he injured his wrist pretty much after winning the US Open, so he was out a year. It's almost a miracle that to see him back in the top 10. But he's back to number 8, and he certainly has the quality to battle with the very best that we've seen the last 2 hours and 37 minutes. It doesn't get any better. And he has a great character as sportsman. He never gives up. You know, he puts it all on the line. There's no excuses after losses. That's good to see.
Love 15.
He put himself in a hole in his previous service game, and he came out of it in spectacular fashion.
Can he do it again?
That was measured to perfection.
Love 30.
In the Djokovic corner, slightly upbeat.
More so now. Champion qualities coming to the fore, cool and composed in the heat of the battle. And he's carved out 3 set points.
He went for it, but another backhand unforced errors. Two more set points though.
The wrong shot there. Can't believe this. Excellent drop shot.
That was a mental error.
Another outrageous winner to add to the collection.
Set point down and you do that? Seriously?
Juice.
No margin for error. 90-mile-an-hour winner.
Another first serve gives him
Del Potro.
Gives him the point.
Novak now has got an uphill battle just to try and compose himself quickly before this tiebreak.
6
The
games
set was on his racket.
Tiebreak. Both players receive one additional challenge.
You got your wish, John.
One 0 Djokovic.
Can this match get any better? Are we able to see more unbelievable shots in the breakers? Hard to imagine.
One all. Two-one Del Potro.
Such an unassuming manner on the court, doesn't he, Del Potro? But then he just bursts into life when the point gets underway.
Again, good strategy by Djokovic, even though I've seen more confident forehand volleys in my life.
Kudos to him as well. His natural inclination is to win his matches from the back of the court, but
3-2
forced himself up the court. First serve and volley point of this semi-final. Had 2-1 and then finishing it off nicely at the net again.
It's giving Del Potro new looks.
Djokovic slipped as well at the back of the court. Anything in the court, and it was a winner.
Can you believe it? After all that excellent tennis,
Djokovic.
He slips here. He gets this back. Gets this one back, and then he slips here. Djokovic. He's on the floor. Only has to get that ball over, and it's a winner.
Just another extraordinary shot. It was an amazing semi-final.
That'd be a pity to think this match could potentially change because of that shot. These things happen, but it's not over yet. Only one break down, mini break.
5-2, Djokovic.
Well, that's more than just a mini break.
Yep.
Djokovic got his nose in front now. But we've seen Potro recover early on, so I would never rule the man from Argentina out at any stage of the match.
(6-2) Djokovic.
Terrific mental effort though from Djokovic after not taking one of those 3 set points he had on Del Potro's last service game. Forges ahead now, 4 more set points. And he takes it in some considerable style. Fabulous set of tennis.
That's 7-6. Djokovic leads by 2-1.
Novak making his exit away from centre court. And he's got his full weekend away gear, hasn't he? He took his whole bag away and everything else. He might be planning to be off for a while. I guess he also wants to allow his opponent, as we see the empty chair that he's vacated, some time to reflect on what's just happened. Yeah. Such great work in that third set from Del Potro. Tantalizingly close at times midway through it to getting that decisive break, unable to do so, and then the one blemish, the one shot that he missed
that he'd make 99 times out of 100 and probably cost him the set. I mean, he had that point, it was an easy overhead, could have put it anywhere in the court, that would have been 3-all. It goes down 4-2, and then the whole sort of momentum changed, and it's such a pity.
You wonder sometimes what he's played.
Well, a few slow motion movements from Novak Djokovic, but there was nothing slow about his movement towards the end of that third set. He had to be razor sharp. Look at the flexibility in his ankle just there.
The sheer physical ability by Djokovic of retrieving so many balls back.
A little anguish at times on his face, but pain is temporary, success lasts, and that's what he's going to be feeling right now. Relieved. This is it, isn't it?
This was it. This was the 2-3 to go to 3-all. Should have put that away, mishit it. And then the same thing, and his opponent at the back of the court had fallen, Djokovic. I'm not sure if he saw him there out of the corner of his eye on that last overhead, and that was the reaction, and that really cost him the tiebreaker. And it was, that set was just fantastic, and it's such a pity that he'll be thinking, well, hopefully he won't, and he'll regroup, and but yeah, that it's tough not to reflect on that just for a little while, and then he's got to reset, get on with business. But boy, what a set that was.
It's his hopes of reaching the Wimbledon final here started to disappear in the review mirror for Juan Martín del Potro. Again, doing such a great job of dominating Novak on second serve.
That was really the key stat. I mean, he had his chances in the middle of the third set. A couple of break points on a Djokovic serve, and he seemed like the man slightly in control. But Djokovic obviously found a way to respond to that.
Sir Cliff Richard, who's back at it here again. He was here late last night. Roger Taylor, former semi-finalist here.
She's a bit early, but I understand that.
I don't think she'll be complaining. No refunds today already. Novak, of course, still clearly seems to have taken a long route back to the changing rooms.
It's a long time period. I'm not sure how long he's actually got, but this is a long break here.
Maybe he did slip a bit more than we made out to be. Maybe he hurt his groin, or who knows. He didn't ask a medical timeout, obviously. We'll all be smarter once he comes back.
Del Potro's not querying it at all to the umpire or anything, but this is a long break. Here he comes now.
He's got his overnight bag.
What's he going? He's picked up his laundry.
Well, more importantly, he picked up the third set, so that's the thing he wants to focus on more than anything else. He's a set away from the Wimbledon final.
We actually should ask him what he has in his bag there.
But he's played some big-time tennis, the big man, but he's got to pick himself up quickly at the start of this fourth set.
Fourth sets, Del Potro to serve.
Well, more of the quality we just had in the third set, please.
Well, they don't fail to disappoint, do they?
Well, that question's just been asked.
Love 15.
Yeah, they just started where they left off. And you imagined a bit of a break between the third and fourth set. Players are starting maybe a little slower. We are so wrong.
Played 2 great points and he's down love 30.
Love 30.
That's just tennis at its finest.
There'll be some people who've come to Wimbledon for the very first time. They'll think this is what happens here every day.
But I'm really becoming a fan of this man from Argentina. The effort he puts in, and just all the emotions he's showing us. I love it.
He's not known for that either, is he? But this match, it's like everything's going. It's great.
Well, after those opening couple of points, you think Novak went off and put some body armour on? I mean, he seems to be hitting it even harder at the start of this fourth set, Del Potro.
30 all.
You can't begrudge him that kind of luck, can you, for the effort that he's put in.
It's tough to find the right words to explain what we were witnessing here.
Deuce. Advantage Del Potro. Game Del Potro.
That is a terrific effort
New ball split.
after those opening couple of points. Djokovic really
First
trying to
game,
exert
4
his
sets.
dominance in this 4 set, but Del Potro withstands the challenge. Those trying to capture their memories of today, and as the saying goes, one day you will be a memory. Make sure you try and be a good one, and after 3 hours you can guarantee that everybody here is going to remember this one, and particularly Del Potro's performance. We've seen such excellence from Djokovic in the past, but as these two have collided today, it's produced something a little magical so far.
New balls.
$15 love.
We've only ever seen 2 players reaching the Wimbledon final from Argentina. One was David Nalbandian, the other was the beautiful Gabriel Sabatini.
The other great Argentinian tennis player,
30 love.
Villas, he just made the quarterfinals here, didn't he? But he won all of the other 3 majors. Villas actually said he was actually a bit of a poet, wasn't he? He had some poetry published as well, Guillermo. He was saying that as tennis players, you play one match in a year that everybody remembers, but you actually need to go out there 2 or 3 times a year and paint the Mona Lisa each time. And he's actually done a pretty good job of that today, Del Potro, following in his fellow countryman's words. He's created a bit of a masterpiece.
$40-15.
But he's up against a master craftsman himself, and Djokovic here has started the 4th set very strongly.
$40-30. One game all, fourth set.
Astute lob there. Del Potro in all sorts of trouble, couldn't get enough pace on it on the backhand side to beat Djokovic, so tried to create something from nothing.
He's been troubled by lobs before. He doesn't have the highest vertical leap, even though he's 6'7". He's not used to that. Usually has to bend down, not jump up.
Oh! 15 love.
I understand that word in Serbian, and I will not translate it.
Oh! 30 love. Love.
Possibility of an easy hold here. That's be welcome news. So far, hasn't been forced to do too much. Unusual.
Let's second service. (40-15).
Ooh, easy game, 40 love. Now
40-30.
Couple of loose groundies there. To get back to business.
Game Del Potro.
Well, he was clawing his way back into that game. Djokovic will be disappointed.
Leads by 2-1. Fourth set, Djokovic by 2-1.
By finding the net there was a little pressure building on Del Potro. Just a sense that the crowd have almost needed a little bit of a break from the intensity of this contest. There's just been no let up all the way through. They've both stayed so close together throughout the opening 3 sets. Still, of course, a while perhaps before the world number 2, Britain's number 1, takes to the centre court for his semi-final. And nobody has left the hill, as you said.
What's the official wording for that hell? What's your take?
It's Henman Hill. I don't think we'll ever be called anything else, to be honest.
I've heard Murray Mount. I've heard. Yeah.
Tim's parents.
Robson Ridge, I heard.
Robson's Ridge.
But I would agree with you. Tim was the first one.
That's where his epics unfolded. Generated a huge amount of interest around the grounds, as this is right now.
Love. Love.
It has been exhilarating, but there is just a little sense of some exhaustion creeping into it.
Going to start to build again, aren't they? As the set gets a bit closer towards the end.
$30-15.
Djokovic did well there.
40-15.
Two line balls, both of them sort of checked up a little bit. Djokovic did well to control them.
Del Potro taking a bit longer between points now.
Game Djokovic. Two games all, fourth set.
Well, Djokovic still has lots of spring in his legs.
Doesn't hit tennis balls at you, Del Potro, does he? He lobs artillery shells.
15
These
love.
things are just exploding off the court.
I wouldn't want to meet him in a bar fight when he's upset.
He is ruthlessly efficient behind that first serve.
30 love. Love.
And there isn't really much Djokovic can do at the moment. I mean, he plays the return games well, but Del Potro just takes all the chances and goes for his shots and hits the winner. So Djokovic got to stay patient and wait for his moment.
$40-15. 40-30.
Same thing happened last game, didn't it? 40 love up. Back into 40-30, and Djokovic had a little chance to get back to juice. Still, Potro can hit a big serve here.
Sends him down to the turf again, and he sends his scoreboard moving in the right direction. Del Potro.
Del Potro leads by 3-2. Fourth set, Djokovic by 2-1.
But he's done a fabulous job in this 4-set, Juan Martín Del Potro, to keep himself competitive. Sense that Novak, after that 3rd set, perhaps could find that returning game and motor away to the Wimbledon final, but he's subdued him once again. Just the power of his hitting.
Time.
And I just noticed Djokovic on his chair, stretching his left hip a little bit, maybe fall at the end of the 3rd set tiebreaker. And then the timeout in the locker room had something to do with it. I'm just guessing for the moment, but
he slipped a little bit on that last point as well.
Gotta watch this space.
Mr. Djokovic is challenging a call on the left near sideline. The ball's got out.
And the umpire said it was really tight.
Second service.
That's right.
Magnificent strike.
Love 15. Mr. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining. $15 all.
It's been called in by the lines person, but James Gothmong in the chair has called it out.
I gotta love it.
Well, they've created the atmosphere that it's been played in.
30-15.
And even given the enormity of the moment out here, playing for a Wimbledon final, they're still able to enjoy it.
This is funny. Don't see that.
40-15.
And here Del Potro trying to unleash another forehand. Probably 110 miles an hour flew through the air.
Serving well.
Djokovic.
Now we're getting to the fun part of the set. Starting to business end of the set.
3 games
now.
all, 4th set.
Perfect setting for a memorable day. Still very much in doubt though who's ultimately going to be victorious here.
Love 15.
He set it up beautifully.
15 all.
It almost looked like a golf shot. Open stance. Freddie Couple plays like that. West Coast swing.
Oh, he took that. Well, that was a miss-hit forehand which landed in and was awkward, and Potro just took that
15-30.
on the rise. This was high as well, just took it early. Give any time for Del Potro to recover.
A slightly weary end to that point from Del Potro.
15-14.
And is this the moment that Djokovic takes a firm grip on this semi-final?
Some energy here to push up on this serve. Really go up after it. It's rescued him in the past.
Let's first service.
That
30-14.
Just does not get any better.
Just to remind some of the viewers, that was a break point. That was a key moment of the match. And these boys just play brilliantly.
Oh, yeah, what a forehand from Djokovic.
Djokovic leads by 4-3, fourth set, and by 2-1.
Well, he has broken, and has he ultimately broken Del Potro's spirit in the process as well. Exquisite final shot there from Djokovic. Immaculate length, extracting the error. His movement is something else. This is going to be the indelible image that we when he leaves tennis, isn't it, of him on the stretch. That's what they're going to hang in the Hall of Fame, because he's ultimately destined to get in there with his exploits on some of the greatest courts in the world.
It's mind-boggling.
You almost have to tell the kids at home, don't do that. That is not something you're supposed to do on a tennis court.
Please.
You may break your legs.
Well, we've had the evolution in rackets and strings, but now it's the movement as well, isn't it, on these surfaces? Even on hard court, he's able to do it.
Yeah, it's incredible. There's no fear. You look at him sometimes and it's frightening. You think he's going to cause himself damage, and he just keeps on doing it. He's perfectly balanced on it.
He was a fine mover back in the day. Called him the Nureyev of tennis. But I think that mantle is taken over by the man from Serbia. I call him the Baryshnikov. But all that's not important. He's up 2-1 and a break in that fourth set.
Love 15. Fifteen all. $30-15.
Djokovic's first serve percentage is at a steady 72. Pretty much throughout the whole match.
Crowd trying to galvanize this man for another push. When you think that Potro is down and out, he digs even deeper and finds source of energy. What a competitor.
4 games all, 4th sets.
You just don't know what to expect. He looked fatigued after losing that break at the changeover. Djokovic has been immaculate on his serve in this set. And then he breaks him back. A couple of loose forehands, but all credit to Del Potro.
Seized the opportunity. Well, it sort of meandered along, didn't it, to 3-all this 4th set, but it's come alive now. Oh, that's in. Perfection.
I don't believe that. He's going to challenge it.
Potro is challenging the call on the right baseline.
Oh, if that was in, that
ball's good in.
That's 2 of the best returns you'll ever see, back to back. It's got it. Wow, 2 amazing shots.
Mr. Del Potro has 2 challenges remaining.
Wow. Also this rally, inches away from the lines in the net court. I mean, quality of tennis is outstanding.
More impressive perhaps is Del Potro's durability as well.
30-all.
And Franco Davin there with a little smirk on his face, just telling himself, I can't believe my man is playing like that.
A couple of games that resurrect his challenge.
Del Potro leads by 5 games to 4, 4th sets. Djokovic by 2 sets to 1.
They all have a look of disbelief. I mean, they've seen their man in many circumstances and tough moments and difficult losses, but I don't think they've seen him put that much heart and soul into a tennis match.
No, it's just fantastic. I must say, I thought the match was over at that break in the 4th set. I couldn't see how he could come back again. And he's done it and then held after being love 30 again. And it's just Djokovic, frustration showing. Can't blame him for that. He keeps thinking he's got this match, and this man in the picture keeps rebounding and coming back at him. And he's looking up at the box and just getting encouragement from them.
He had the magic pill. That's the magic juice now.
Look at the crowd. Going to be exhausted before Murray's match.
Time.
Probably a few different type of liquids being consumed out here right now.
They're all having a good time.
Well, credit to Del Potro as well. Some will say, well, yeah, Novak gave him the opportunity with a couple of loose shots, but it was the perfect storm colliding because he took his chance with exceptional courage. Within touching distance of taking this into a 5th set. Get a sense that he's trying to flatten that forehand out today to try and get it to skid through at a lower height for Del Potro, which has contributed to some of these surprising misses.
You can sense a bit of frustration on the Djokovic. He's going for quick points, he's going for broke. That's something we expect Del Potro to do.
Understandably so in many ways, Boris. He's been winning the shorter rallies out here, where it's been Del Potro who's been in the ascendancy the longer the point goes on.
We didn't expect that.
Missed it. It's been called out.
There's a bit of a powder puff forehand.
Right far
It
sideline.
almost defies gravity.
It
The ball's
does.
got out.
What speed was that?
40-15.
He's looking at the crowd and just...
Mr. Del Potro has
100
one
mile
challenge
an hour
remaining.
short angle forehand.
Was it 100 miles an hour?
Just missed.
Shaking his head just to say, I usually don't miss these. There you go.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I do.
40-30.
Just placed that one at 93.
Well,
Yeah.
certainly eased off.
So somebody likes to think about it for a while before challenging.
Djokovic.
Pondered it.
New balls, please.
I've decided to accept the call, but this is the BBC
5
Hawkeye,
games
not
all.
an official
4 sets.
challenge from Del Potro, and he should have gone to it. Would have replayed the point. And a fairly crucial moment.
He only had one challenge remaining. I wonder if he thought that it was out, and I don't want to waste that one. Oh boy. He'll blame his coach for that. Coach probably told him not to challenge.
He's got one more challenge left, though. And that's another one in the tiebreaker.
Minor serve, that ball checked.
15 love.
Serving with new balls.
Right. 30 love.
Don't like his backhand today.
40 love.
I was probably told to hit down the line with it, but now with that many unforced errors.
Game Del Potro.
Deciding to conserve some energy there, Djokovic.
Del Potro leads by 6 games to 5. Fourth set, Djokovic by 2 sets to 1.
Didn't invest a whole lot into those last couple of points. He's also feeling the pace. 3 hours, 40 minutes of intense battle. As I said earlier, you can't ever discount Del Potro. That win back in 2009 against Federer from 2 sets to 1 down, and there were times there where he had a similar look about him, as though he was running on vapors. Well, some of his shots today have had vapor trails behind them as they've travelled across the court. And in many ways, you talk about the lack of speed on a grass court these days, but when it sort of provides us with entertainment like this, then there's no need to complain, is it? Everyone's focus has to be perfect at this particular juncture, especially Novak Djokovic. Up a break in this 4th set, within touching distance of the Wimbledon final, but once again serving to stay in it. Del Potro proving to be more than a menace.
Love.
Hit that forehand, Del Potro, and that one just sat up enough.
30 love.
On this one here, just mishit that forehand, just sat there and allowed Djokovic to bludgeon the forehand away. He's done it again.
Talking about forehands.
And that is the danger of going cross court. How can you hit that this hard?
30-15.
It's insane pace, 113 mile an hour winning forehand.
Gonna get arrested by the police soon. Speeding.
40-15.
And in amongst the chaos, Novak keeping his cool.
Game Djokovic.
Assured finish to that game from him. Delivered with pace, but with a lot of self-belief as well. And in the bigger picture, this is a massive tiebreaker for Djokovic in terms of his challenge for the Wimbledon crown as well. He really doesn't want to go to 5. This has been a brutal encounter.
Let's find out if he plays like it, or if the Potro comes up again with the magic.
Djokovic's demeanour looks good right now.
Djokovic.
Been spending some time at the Buddhist temple here in Wimbledon to meditate, and he's got his mind in a pretty good place, it would seem. Well, he's got a challenge. He's got to challenge.
Is challenging a call on the right baseline. The ball's got in.
That's an awkward situation.
Have you ever seen a more confident challenge? I think he knows, doesn't he? He's got this wrong. What a get, though, from Djokovic.
2-0, Djokovic.
How was that athleticism?
And Del Potro can't believe it.
Potro has one challenge remaining.
And in the modern game, as good as your attacking tennis can be, you better be a great defender. And undoubtedly, the world #1 is just that. He's like Djokovic's shadow out here, Del Potro, isn't he?
Djokovic.
Following him all the way.
Well, Potro getting driven so far back behind the baseline in that rally.
Potro was going to challenge again on that point, but the last time he made the decision, he obviously scored completely wrong. And Djokovic has the mini break back.
Mr. Djokovic is challenging the call on the left baseline. The ball's got in.
Sure he got this one right either.
Not
Very
sure either.
close. I thought it hit the back of the line, but my eyes are a bit dodgy. Yep. He was well in that point too.
3-2, Djokovic. Mr. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
Question is, who's following who now? This is a complete role reversal.
Djokovic.
That just eased a bit of the tension for Novak Djokovic, but probably not for that man Djokovic still smiling. Will he be celebrating at the end of this tiebreak? It's advantage Djokovic. 4 points to 2, he leads. Defiant to the last.
(4-3) Djokovic.
This last punch goes obviously to Del Potro.
Just never tire of seeing that type of brilliance.
And unfortunately, another bad slip by Djokovic. Hopefully he recovers.
Thank you. Let's first service.
And the pendulum swings back to Djokovic after another extraordinary rally.
5-4.
Heroic effort
Djokovic.
from Del Potro.
He slipped before in that point, Del Potro. I thought he was out of the point, and he still charges after this one. Unbelievable. Very calmly done there on the forehand.
6-4 Djokovic.
And after 3 hours and 54 minutes of play, Djokovic with his first match point.
Never seen anything like this.
A point that will be etched in all of our memory banks forever.
(6-5) Djokovic.
redefining what is possible at times out here today. 24 strokes of sheer perfection, and he saves match point with it. And he still has to save another. Well, one of the best matches we've ever seen, one of the best tiebreakers we've now ever seen, and
Six all.
the carnival atmosphere continues outside, and the tension is palpable within centre court. What a setting for this.
Yeah, and another standing ovation by centre court crowd.
Well, he still believes, and he's made believers of everybody else in the process.
7-6, Del Potro.
Now he's a point away from putting this match into a fifth set. How's Djokovic going to react to that?
Has become possible.
7 games to 6. 2 sets all.
The crowd reaction tells everything. The noise within centre court tells you everything.
And this was sort of the appetizer before the main event. I mean, in terms of the crowd here, how does the next match follow this?
And I'm sure Murray and Janovic have been warming up over the last 20 minutes, ready to go.
They're exhausted, aren't they?
They have to come down again. Just cool off, boys. Another 45 minutes to go.
Well, there he was sitting down at that particular stage after that just sensational point where it felt as though Novak had finally got himself in a position to win this. Took the next point, 2 match points, but staggeringly brilliant from Del Potro on those 2 match points. Let's not forget how well he played.
Well, I can't remember a match like this. It's one of the greatest matches of all time, and we haven't even started the 5th set yet.
Well, the longest ever men's semi-final that has been played before lasted 4 hours and 1 minute, and we're 2 minutes shy of that right now, and that was between Ivan Lendl and somebody sitting a couple of chairs away from me. Boris, your memories of that?
I'm tired thinking about it. Yeah, it was a 5-setter, I guess, and I think it was the lucky one at the end.
Final sets. Djokovic to serve.
But this easily beats our record back in the day. I'm sure even Lendl's in the locker room now listening, hopefully. Hi, Ivan. How you feeling? I'm tired.
Another record broken. Don't like that.
Just crossed the 4-hour mark.
Somehow Novak's got to regroup.
Love.
And just when you thought after the long break of the third set, players started slowly coming in, it was the opposite. And I believe it's going to be very similar to that. It's the 5th set. Everything counts now.
Just an average point.
Love.
And I'm amazed with the footwork and the speed of Del Potro in that early stage in the 50. He looked tired after the first set. He seems to be rejuvenated and ready to go for another. Who knows how long.
Love. Djokovic.
What a response after losing that 4th set.
First game, final set.
From Djokovic. You would think he's slightly upset about that, but no, just plays an immaculate love game, no problem.
Well, I'm sure he's not pleased about the fact that he's still playing tennis this afternoon, but he certainly doesn't show any negative emotions.
Yeah.
At least from the outside.
And that's what champions do.
Del Potro himself, a former champion, of course, at the US Open, but he hasn't had the greatest 5-set record, the Argentinian. He's won 4, he's lost 6, and he's lost his last 4 when it's gone the distance as well. Of course, Novak's last one was another epic at the French Open to Rafael Nadal, going down 9-7 in the 5th. He'll try and banish those ghosts.
Love. Love.
Blend of tennis he produces. Such guile as well after the power.
40 love.
And in my opinion, Djokovic does a mistake of going head-to-head, power-wise, with Del Potro. Even though he may have won a couple more points so far, that's not his natural game.
$40-15. 40-30. Juice.
Del Potro lost his balance here because his legs are starting to wobble again, I'm afraid to say.
Time you feel as though he's perhaps wavering, he suddenly produces another missile from his racket that just is delivered with devastating precision.
Game Del Potro.
Clinical finish to the end.
One game all, final set.
Who would have thought 4 hours and 9 minutes ago when that match has started? It's gonna be a classic.
Love.
Did well to defend the net. That was a pretty average volley.
It was a bit casual, wasn't it?
It was just making Del Potro run one more step. That was the plan, but it's obviously a dangerous decision. You're faced with the forehand of the Argentinian.
Love.
Del Potro saving all his energy for his next service game. Knocking him up now.
Delicate.
Djokovic leads by 2-1. Final set.
Impressive start on serve to this final set for Novak Djokovic. And no question that Del Potro needing to manage expectation as the doctor once again makes a reappearance. Maybe those magic pills only have a 4-hour time window. We get a top up.
It's just remarkable.
I'm sure it's just taking a few of those pills already in the morning. It's just eventually everything just runs out, and
Yeah.
you have to get a medical examination of how healthy it is under these circumstances. Still to play tennis. Gets a massage on his shoulder, gets maybe another pill, just
8 bananas.
And of course, let's not forget that he actually had to pull out of the French Open with a respiratory problem, so he hasn't played or perhaps even been able to train quite as much, but
Time.
he got through to this stage without dropping a set, but this has certainly tested him physically as well.
I think one thing for sure, though, when you watch Del Potro play like this, when he won the US Open, we all thought it's only a matter of how many he was going to win. Then the injuries came, And since then, there's been sort of question marks. You watch him play like this, you feel that there's no reason why he can't win a slam. Maybe this one right now, but if he doesn't, certainly in the future, there's no reason why he can't do that.
I'm sure Djokovic has seen that. The Potro called another somewhat small medical timeout. Players are like hawks, see everything.
15 love.
This man still looks somewhat fresh.
He's a man that's not left any stone unturned, has he, in his quest for glory. A gluten-free diet that helped him get as fit as he is. Outlast Nadal in that Australian Open final.
Not if it's really possible, but the Potro will go even more risk, more shots. He's gonna just not get involved in any long rallies now. You watch this. He's gonna go for the lines, short points. Let's see what happens.
$40-15. Game Del Potro. Two games all, final sets.
The distance that both need to cover exactly the same to get in to the Wimbledon final. It'd be a first visit for Juan Martín Del Potro, a second for Novak Djokovic.
$15 love.
And it's sort of a difficult spot mentally for Djokovic because he's had the match point, he needs to favorite, he was up 2-1 and he's still playing tennis. So he's wondering what is going on. How much longer do I have to play?
$30 love.
The Potro's been down the canvas a few times, but he keeps coming back. He keeps standing up.
$30-15. $40-15.
He's actually hit these drop drop volleys pretty well today. I mean, he's missed one, he sort of didn't hit great, but he's hit 6 or 7 of these. It must be an intimidating sight when you've got Del Potro charging at you, knowing he's going to unleash your forehand, so you better get it right. He's been pretty successful on that shot.
That run would suggest there's still enough in the tank from Del Potro's perspective. Looked pretty lively.
You read my mind, Mark.
It's certainly not only the temperature that's blistering out here today. Another forehand delivered with pace.
40-30.
This time, Djokovic was holding his hip. And this man is holding his knee. What's the nearest hospital in Wimbledon? We need to call them up, and 2 players are coming in after.
Juice.
Now that's the most difficult shot as a returner, and over the highest part of the net, hitting it down the line. Not a problem for the Argentinian.
Advantage, Del Potro.
Well, in some ways an understandable miss, given the pressure that he's under. Break point for Del Potro. Self-belief written all over that point.
Juice.
2 sets all, 2 games all, juice. 4 hours of 19. Play.
Advantage, Djokovic. Mr. Djokovic is challenging a call on the left far sideline. The ball's got out.
Just his second double.
Mr. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
But the quality of Del Potro's backhand return earlier in this game, I think, forced him into going for a little more, understandably so.
Advantage, Djokovic.
That was one of his fastest first serve delivery in the whole match.
Game, Djokovic.
Unbearable tension for his family.
Djokovic leads by 3 games to 2. final set.
But he comes through in the end with flying colours, as you say. A couple of pretty swift serves at the end of that game suggest that all is pretty well from a physical standpoint for the world #1.
Exactly. You have to physically, you have to push off with your knees, your stomach muscles, reaching up on the serve, and two huge first serves there to finish that game. So good sign from Novak Djokovic. Big advantage to be serving in the fifth. Right?
Yes and no. Obviously, they went through the wires there for last 4 hours and some minutes. But talking about the physicality, obviously, the body doesn't work with a strong mind. And then I'm just amazed. I'm almost in awe with the concentration and the effort level by both players of not accepting defeat. They're willing to go to places they may have never been before.
Time.
Just to be around and reach that Wimbledon final.
Well, there's no glory in practice, is there, guys? But without practice, you wouldn't get this type of glory, and that's what they go through when you don't see them on the back court somewhere in the gym. So they can come out here and thrill us for, as you say, almost 4.5 hours of unscripted drama.
Novak there just asked the umpire to phone through for something, but I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, one of his trainers has just left his box right now. Milan Ivanovic was asked to go and get something for Djokovic. What he wants more than anything else, though, is a breaker serve.
Love 15. all.
Steals the point again.
Had so many options
30-15.
here. Djokovic could have dropped it short, obviously gone behind his man, picked the wrong spot, guessed right.
It's even too much for usually the ice cold sweet.
all.
Just imagine Djokovic having played the last point right, would given him 2 break points.
And that's why it's a whole lot tougher to be out there, because he's got to try and banish that thought from his mind. Well, adversity shows a man to himself, and once again Novak will like what he sees. He's dealt with the disappointment of not closing this out in the 4th set when he had match points. He's now got a break point, and he's earned it the hard way.
deuce.
Unfortunately, his breakpoint ratio winning him is, let me say, under average. He made 2 out of 13 possibilities.
Advantage Del Potro.
You're not the only one, nor can Novak.
Almost the same position as where he lost the point a few points back, where he went cross court. That one he tried something different, didn't get it right.
Please.
First real signs of frustration, and understandably so. That was his game. That was his moment first in this final set, and he wasn't able to capitalize on it. And what a reprieve for Del Potro.
3 games all, final sets.
And he doesn't have a lot of time to regroup right now. He's got the new balls in his hand. Del Potro, you would feel feeling euphoric after hanging on to that game.
love.
Djokovic hasn't been lucky with his drop shots lately.
That has been a very productive serve. 22 aces to just 4 from Del Potro.
And that's from somebody that couldn't really serve that well 2 years ago, considering his standard.
Mr. Del Potro is challenging the call on the left baseline. The ball's got out.
But he didn't hit it cleanly, and it sort of died as it got towards the baseline.
Replay the points.
And Djokovic's heart must have sunk as he saw that on the big screen. More work to be done.
Game Djokovic.
He did well there to maintain his lead on serve in this final set after what had happened on Del
Djokovic leads
Potro's
by 4 games to
service
3.
game.
Final sets.
And the depth of both men's characters out here evident for all to see, and they keep responding to each individual challenge so impressively. Just fascinating to see what is going to ultimately decide this one. What is the difference going to be? That's certainly a massive difference in terms of the chances that he's taken or not taken today compared to his rest of his route through to this particular point. But I think a lot of credit has to go to this man for that.
Absolutely. The amount of times he got big first serves in on those points and caused damage in other ways. Been quite remarkable, really. Played the big points so well.
And Jones, a Wimbledon winner back in 1969.
Quite frankly speaking, Djokovic had a break on his racket in the last Potro service game. He pretty much gave it away. So let's see what the man from Serbia has to offer now. On the other hand, Del Potro knows he's not far away from a sensational upset either. Can he get any better?
Love.
And in nervy moments like that, you always want to go back to basics. Just think about the easiest way to win a point. That's all that matters.
All.
He's not trying to utilize the drop shot too much today, Del Potro. Very sparing with that tactic.
Defensive play there from Djokovic. That was outrageous. How does he do that at this stage of the match after 4.5 hours?
15-13.
Pushed right to the extremities of his considerable powers.
Potro just acknowledged the point there in that sort of match.
And it won him that point as well, didn't it?
15-14.
He's on the brink.
Wisely taking a lot of time now. He's got to regroup. Needs a big serve here. Djokovic in that point, expecting to make that error.
Djokovic's. Del Potro is a giant of a man, but he's up against a champion of colossal character. And it is that character that sees him break at such an opportune moment. He was 1 point away in the fourth set. Djokovic, he's 1 game away now.
Love 15.
You serve out for the match. You desperately want to win the first point. Not to be. Trying to choose some volley.
Someone shout out, "Come on, Del boy."
Love 30.
Can Del Potro find another remedy to prolong this match?
Fifteen 30. Let's for service.
He's been here before in terms of length of time. Of course, that 5-hour 53 epic with Nadal in Australia, but this now uncharted territory for Martin Del Potro. This has eclipsed his longest match ever, previously 4 hours 38 minutes at the Australian Open in 2010 against Marin Cilic. still eager enough to get himself up to that ball and sweep it away for yet another winner.
30-40.
And what does Djokovic do?
Is there another remarkable twist?
What a shot that
was! Juice.
How difficult was that, considering what this point was? Drop short. He was off balance when he hit that. Del Potro's charging in there. Fantastic effort.
This man from Serbia is a tough cookie.
Advantage, Djokovic.
He was nurtured in the tough environment of the Serbian mountains, and he's shown his character all the way. Match point once again.
Let's first service. Game, set, match. Djokovic.
The victory is his, secured with a backhand winner down the line.
7-6, 6-7, 6-3.
And a quite phenomenal first semi-final.